லைட்டு போடுவாங்க. அங்கிட்ட போடுறேன். அந்த நடு லைட் ஆஃப் பண்ண சொல்லுங்கள்.
ஓகே कविता महाराज आ चलूँगा नहीं साइड
好，
多少？
好，
有点。Johnson全部。इनके से Camera. Sure. Okay. Then she comes. Okay. Yeah, be like. cost of the fees was where he said, okay, I'm buying your house. There's a day, there's a project.
He's got it open. That's why I have to do it.
Which comes into the
There's a whiteboard in the
not for me, or being a no, for me, forensic
Okay, aye.
How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Yes, I'm good. How are you? You in Springs before?
No, I just moved back.
Really?
Not too far from Slough, actually. Yeah, I live about 5 minutes from the station. So we still have a house in the It's too far. I have a small flat, Slough. So close.
You like the area? Nice place.
Yeah, but really good. I think bowling in the sense like it's very everything is same as usual.
Safe, very safe.
Very safe. Everything is nearby. Transportation is no crime.
So, Amma,
Amma is still in Bangalore now.
coming?
Yeah, later. So at the moment she's helping granddad and grandma.
So, you living alone?
Yeah, no, that's
So, you both left to live forever?
he was in India actually for the last 2 years.
So, where you go to work to?
Here, no, I haven't. So I came with ambition for Formula One. You could come across Formula One. So more sports. So it's tough competition. So but I have some motives to giving myself some time to apply, go through the process, targeting your business.
See you all grown up so old and doing well. Yeah. Apa going to do? Also next Arangetram is going to do.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, you're going to do that.
just now saxophone and flute. Next is Bhavan.
So I'm halfway to the chest. I'm sure it's really done if I really
Saxophone and flute.
They're saxophone. They dance. They're just before they do a small performance and then it's like
Who are these guys?
a family friend of Shrika's. I think one of them is Shrika's sister. Shrika, the boy's sister. Like just it's like 10, 5 minutes and then I was like,
No, I was just saying music. Terrified of being able to complete the stop the
yeah.
it's fine.
What do you mean complete? Like that's
No, to finish it may be possible, but I don't want to like embarrass myself and doing like 5 hours and doing a solid time. I've been able to do like 80, 85.
I saw the issue. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, decent this week. I know how I'm going to do it. 88 I can push. I can push 90 easily, but I don't know if I can do that because the Richmond winter was 250, 300 meters flat. So actual one is 1.2K. So yeah, it's not gonna be just under 300. I'm trying to import at least minimum 7 for now.
For now, yeah.
Do you know what it is? Pressure. Fundraising for people are putting money in it. So there's like this pressure. You can't not do it. You have to do it.
Thank you. I know I promised you last Saturday, but tomorrow are you doing anything?
Me. I don't know. You didn't even bother telling me.
No, I don't have. Come on. No. Okay, I'm sorry. That is my bad. But tomorrow you're not doing this.
I have other things. But you want to say to me?
Yeah. Whenever you're free.
Morning, you said, oh.
No, I know. No. I hate it. I was coming back and then we got stranded on the M40. I don't know if I'm okay.
Yeah.
For like 3 hours. So
But you are just using something.
no. Promise I got home at like 4 a.m. So That's not mom. Yeah, that's my mom too. We did service. But if you're free.
Yeah, and then like
Oh,
many times like it was really good. I mean, like cinematic.
yeah.
The F1 part of it was very impressionable. The female focus in this they didn't need to have it. First of all, no head in the floor. Secondly, the fact that they gives you the more other than that, yeah, I mean, the music was good.
Curtains close.
Brad Pitt.
The actor, the best friend, Ruben.
Oh,
From, I've seen him in a movie. From, not Spectre, Skyfall. Is that this is the villain?
yeah.
He's right.
He's the guy who has a basketball.
Yes.
Why am I forgetting his name? Spanish.
Yeah, fine. He was in that cowboy movie as well.
Yeah, I'm happy about it. He's actually quite good. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if you remember the movie, but there were situations where they were like, how they got stolen. And that's not కార్లో తెప్పించేస్తే బాగుంది. After the first song, just on that song, we వెళ్తే వెళ్తాను నేను అది కావాలంటే వెళ్ళి చూసి రండి, బాగుంటే చెప్పండి. అంటే ఎవరికి కనిపించింది తెలీదు, ఏదో సినిమా టికెట్ ఎంచుకుని వెళ్తారు చూసి తేడా కిషోర్ దాన్ని
మీరు సెంటర్లో ఉండాలి సార్.
మరి రాత్రి ఇంటికి వచ్చి పడుకుని పొద్దున వెళ్ళొచ్చుగా. రండి వచ్చి నాతో. మీకు తెలియదు మా ఆవిడ అందరూ తెలుస్తుంది. దేవుడా నాగరాజు గారు ఎంత మంచి పని చేసి మీరు ఎప్పుడు బయలుదేరారు? సుధీర్ వస్తే ఒకసారి హలో చెప్తాను.
నమస్కారం.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಅನೇಕರಿಗೂ ವಣಕ್ಕಂ.
అందరికీ నమస్కారాలు.
I am Srinivas.
I am Vidya.
We are Shrikars aunt and uncle. We have the privilege of welcoming you all to Shrikars Arangetram, Nadani Rajanam, at the Bhavan, London, and to friends and family watching online. Before we begin, we request your attention for a brief announcement regarding health and safety. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please remain calm and follow instructions of staff and volunteers. Emergency exits are clearly marked. Please take a moment to locate them, the one closest to you. Should evacuation be necessary, exit in an orderly fashion and proceed to the assembly point outside the building. Please ensure all your mobile phones are switched off or put in silent mode, as this helps maintain the sanctity of the performance and avoids disruptions. We also request you refrain from flash photography or videography, as it may disturb artists. It is also important to note that food and drinks are not permitted inside the auditorium.
It is with great joy and pride that we come here today to celebrate this special occasion, Shrikars Saxophone and Flute Arangetram. This event marks a significant milestone in his journey as a musician, reflecting years of dedication, discipline, and a deep passion for the art. We are honored to have family, friends, gurus, and well-wishers here to witness this beautiful culmination of hard work and devotion. Your presence adds immense warmth and encouragement to this celebration. Today, you'll experience not just a performance, but the blossoming of a musician ready to share the rich heritage and timeless beauty of our classical music tradition. We invite you to immerse yourselves in the melodies and rhythms that tell stories of culture, emotion, and devotion. Thank you again for being part of this memorable day. Let us all enjoy and celebrate the artistry and commitment that this Arangetram represents.
As is our tradition to offer salutations to Lord Ganesha for an auspicious start to any event, today we have Shrikars sisters, this is a surprise by the way, Srija and Charvi performing Kuchipudi dance in front of you. We begin with Mahaganapatim, Nate Ragam, set to Aditadam, composed by Sri Muthuswami Dikshitar, followed by Shankari Shankuru, Saveri Ragam set to Aditaram, composed by Sri Shama Sastri. Srija is a grade 7 student at Hendrick Grammar School in Reading, and Charvi is a rising 5th grader at Clovercroft Elementary School in Nashville, USA. Srija and Charvi learned Kuchipudi online from Guru Srimati Srilata Pavani Prasad of Abhinaya Kuchipudi Kalakshetram in Hyderabad. Srija and Charvi have learned and practiced online despite being in 2 different time zones under Ms. Manasa Chanduri, a senior disciple of Srimati Srilata from Hyderabad. As you can imagine, a lot went into their preparation and shows learning and classical art form has no boundaries. This will be Srija and Charvi's first performance together on stage. So please welcome with a round of applause.
అదే నచ్చింది అంటే
అప్పటికి ఇంకా ఎన్ని కావాలి
A warm and a heartfelt welcome to the esteemed artists gracing today's Arangetram performance. We have Shrikar on saxophone and flute, Guru Vidwan Sri Balu Raghuraman, Vidushi Aparna Raghuraman on violin, Vidwan R.N. Prakash on padal, Vidwan R.R. Pratap on khadam. We are honored to have such accomplished musicians lending their artistry to this special occasion. Today's Arangetram is a first ever saxophone Arangetram at Bhavan and also in the UK. It is also the first ever Arangetram involving two wind instruments, saxophone and flute. Also, 25 years ago, Sri Kadri Gopalnath, who introduced saxophone to Carnatic music, performed at this prestigious venue, accompanied by our very own Balu sir.
We begin today's performance with Mallari, followed by Amma Anandadayini Varnam. Mallari, rooted in South Indian temple rituals, holds a distinctive and respected place in Carnatic music concerts. Originally performed on the Nadashwaram during temple processions, especially as deities are taken out on majestic chariots, Mallari is known for its vibrant rhythm and stately character. As Carnatic music transitioned from temples to concert halls, Mallari was one of the few ritual forms to be retained and adapted for the stage, symbolizing the deep connection between sacred and secular music spaces.
Amma Anandadayini Varnam is set in Gambhira Natai Ragam and Adi Talam. It is a soulful composition in praise of the Divine Mother. The lyrics praise the Mother as the embodiment of Akara, Ukara and Makara, that is the Om sound. This piece exemplifies Balamurali's genius melding devotion, melodic clarity, rhythmic depth, and his signature compositional brilliance. Take us away, Shrikar and team, and let the saxophone bring the songs to life. What a spectacular beginning, Shrikar. Can we have another round of applause, please? Every soulful note that fills this space today carries the silent strength of a guiding hand. It is with immense respect and admiration that we introduce Guru Sri Balu Raghuraman. A visionary musician, composer, and mentor par excellence. Though the saxophone may take center stage this evening, the true rhythm behind this journey lies in the countless hours of nurturing, fine-tuning, and inspiration offered by the Guru. With his rich Carnatic lineage and a deep understanding of both tradition and innovation, Sri Balu Raghuraman has transformed a Western instrument into a beautiful vessel of Indian classical expression. Guru Balu Raghuraman, a sought-after violinist in the field of Carnatic music here in the UK, has established himself as a multifaceted artist, teacher, and an educator.
Guru Balu Raghuraman has accompanied eminent musicians and evolves as brilliant soloist, collaborating with artists and organizations of international standards. Guru Balu Raghuraman's solos have been featured not only at the Bhavan but also at Milap Fest, Darbar, and many places in the UK. He has recently been awarded the A-Top grade from All India Radio, standing out as one of those very few outside India and the only one in the UK and Europe. As the resident teacher at the Bhavan Center in London, Guru Balu Raghuraman takes pride in continuing the tradition of Indian classical music and training a number of students to an exceptional level. Today's Arangetram is not just a debut, it's a reflection of his artistry passed on one raga, one phrase, and one breath at a time. We offer our deepest gratitude to the Guru behind this performance.
We now have Gajananayutam, followed by Endaro Mahanubhavalu. The next piece, Gajananayutam, is a composition by Muthuswami Dikshitar, one of the Carnatic Trinities. His kritis often follow a structure known as Samashti Charanam, where the Pallavi and Anupallavi are fused, and his lyrics frequently invoke specific deities with detailed iconography and philosophical attributes. Set in the melodious and expressive Chakravakam Ragam, it has a beautiful connection corresponding to its Hindustani melody, Ahir Bhairav.
Endaro Mahanubhavalu, one of the iconic crown jewels of Carnatic music and the final gem of Tyagaraja's Pancharatna Kritis. Composed in the majestic Sri Ragam, this Kriti is a heartfelt salutation to all noble souls, saints, seers, and devotees across time and space who have attained greatness through devotion and wisdom. Composed in Aditalam, the song is part of Kanaraga Pancharatnams and is a staple at major Carnatic events, especially during the Tyagaraja Aradhana in Tiruvayuru. Let us now listen to Gajananayutam, followed by Endaro Mahanubhavalu.
Gajananayutam Shrikar, and what an energetic rendition of Endaro Mahabal. Please give them another big round of applause. Now, we would like to take a moment to introduce esteemed accompanying artists, Vidushi Aparna, daughter and disciple of Sri Balu Raghuraman and Srimati Subhadra Raghuraman. Is an emerging violinist. After her Arangetram in 2020, she was featured as a special artist in the production led by Anushka Shankar at the Royal Festival Hall. A National Youth Fellowship awardee, Milap Fest 2020 and 2021. Aparna has toured the UK and Italy with the Isha Foundation and made her Chennai music season debut in 2024. She continues her training under Srimati A. Kanyakumari in Chennai and also learns Hindustani music from Padma Bhushan Dr. N. Rajan.
Vidwan R.N. Prakash, trained by Sri K.N. Krishnamurthy, is a highly respected percussionist with over 35 years of experience in performance and teaching in the UK and abroad. An A-graded artist with All India Radio, he is known for his skills on both the mridangam and katam, and has accompanied many leading artists on global stages. Today, we get to see him on tawil.
Vidwan R.R. Pratap is an internationally acclaimed percussionist, versatile in mridangam, ghatam, kanjira and kondakol. With over 2 decades of experience, he has performed at prestigious venues worldwide, including the Sydney Opera House, Royal Albert Hall, Taipei National Theatre and 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Known for blending traditional Carnatic percussion with contemporary global collaborations, he remains a leading figure in the world music and dance scene.
Now, we have Ganamurte, followed by Nadalolude. Ganamurte, an Ekaika Kriti by Saint Tyagaraja in the Medakarta Ragam, Ganamurti. In this composition, Tyagaraja hails Lord Krishna. The word Ganamurte literally means one who is the very form of music. When Tyagaraja composed Ganamurte, he wasn't just describing a ragam. He was expressing his worldview that music and divinity are one.
A little introduction about Nadaloludai. It's a very well-known kriti composed by Saint Tyagaraja in Raga Kalyana Vasantam, set to Rupakatalam. Nadaloludai was composed in Tyagaraja's later years when he was deeply immersed in spiritual introspection, often declining performances or public appearances. It is believed this kriti reflects his personal nadanubhava, that sound was not just a means to God, but God himself. Let's immerse ourselves in Ganamurte and Nadaloludai.
ये दूरेస్తారు లేదు ఇది టైం వచ్చారు యూట్యూబ్
That was a soulful rendition of our personal favorite.
In fact, I would say our family favorite.
Let's give a big round of applause. Now, a few words about Shrikar. Shrikar is an undergraduate student at the Bath University, studying computer science and currently interning as a software engineer. His musical journey began in 2016 when he first picked up Western classical on saxophone at Reading School. He completed graded exams and started playing for his school band. Shrikar was initially introduced to music through his mother Usha's singing of devotional songs. Shrikar's affinity for Carnatic music was deeply nurtured by the influence of his sister Srija.
Saxophone requires extraordinary breath control and precision in fingering to articulate gamakas. What makes today's Arangetram truly special is that we witness this Western instrument bridging cultures, yet staying completely true to the soul of Carnatic music. As you listen, take a moment to marvel at how beautifully the saxophone adapts and sings in the language of Carnatic music, creating a dialogue between tradition and innovation.
The next item is the powerful and devotional kriti Raghunayaka, composed by Sri Tyagaraja in Raga Amsatvani and set to Adithalam. In this composition, the composer offers reverence to Lord Rama, the noble leader of the Raghu dynasty. The song praises his virtues, strength, and his role as the embodiment of Dharma. Let us now listen to Raghunayaka.
This is a very rare composition which is not in the praise of Ganesha. Yeah, in Hamsatvani.
was a scintillating performance. Deserves another round of applause. Let me take the opportunity to introduce chief guest for today's Arangetram. Dr. Nandakumara is a pioneer in Indian classical arts and a respected scholar of Sanskrit language, literature, and philosophy. With a PhD from the University of London, he has dedicated over 4 decades to teaching and promoting Indian arts and culture in the UK. As an executive director of the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, the largest Indian arts organization outside India, he has delivered lectures globally, including at the Houses of Parliament and Cambridge University. Dr. Nandakumara was awarded an MBE in the King's Honours List for the year 2025. For his outstanding service in the field.
We have Dr. Saundarya Srivatsa as guest of honor today. Dr. Saundarya Srivatsa from the Pandanallur School of Dance is a distinguished Bharatanatyam artist known for her precise footwork and expressive abhinaya. A disciple of Guru Srimati Narmada and trained under Karnataka Kalashri Guru B. Bhanumati. She holds an A-Top Doordarshan grading and a senior fellowship from Sangeet Natak Academy. Her doctoral research focused on the use of classical dance in South Indian cinema. As a performer and choreographer, she has presented acclaimed productions across India and all over the world. She also teaches postgraduate students at Jain University and trains students through Nartana Kirtana Center for Performing Arts.
Now, I invite Dr. Nandakumara to the stage to say a few words.
न गुरोरधिकं तत्त्वं न गुरोरधिकं तपः तत्त्वज्ञानात् परं नास्ति तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः. Especially on Arangetram occasions, a prayer to the Guru is so very important because it's the Guru who is being tested by everybody here. And today, Guru can be genuinely proud of his Shishya. For performing with such a courage and such a joy and with such an effortless way of bringing out the very essence of our music through these wonderful, wonderful pieces which he played. I was always remembering our very special artist who is no more, Kadri Gopalnath, who performed here long time ago with Evan Parker, the local saxophone player. And when John Muir was a dear friend of ours who used to work for the Bhavan, he had brought our Kadri Gopalnath and these two people together on this very stage he had performed. I remember that. And when Kadri's name was mentioned as they introduced saxophone here, I felt happy because he was the one who popularized this. But today in London, for the first time on Bhavan stage, they never had Arangetrams on saxophone. This is the very first one. And a teacher who is so very special in the field of violin, training somebody in the field of saxophone shows that once you know any one field, to transfer that discipline to another field is not a complicated thing. Especially somebody who is so very good like our Sri Balu Raghuraman. so impressed when I listen to Namo Momo, all the songs, and towards the end, somebody. I wish Balu had selected somebody who is a musician as a chief guest. I'm only a person who appreciates music. I understand music. I enjoy music, but I won't be able to speak the way an expert like our Krishnamurti sir is, whom I have listened to on so many occasions. Somebody like Dr. Mar, who used to be here in the past. Whenever he came and spoke, he spoke how beautifully they played every piece. He would make a note of every piece and speak about that. I won't be able to do that. Not that I haven't enjoyed. I have enjoyed every piece. And it is so beautiful because I have been listening to music for the past only 60 years. So enjoy, because I come from a village called Mathur where Gamaka is special. And after coming to London, I must have watched virtually every artist who has visited London, the Bhavan here, and listening to all of them. And also, of course, all our music teachers are here all the time. We listen to them, we go to their classes, etc. It's there. Somehow we are lucky. And today, I'm so very lucky that I was able to enjoy saxophone and the way Shrikar played and the way he took us all into a different world altogether. I must thank not only Shrikar, his guru, Sri Balarabara. Shrikar's parents, Sudhir and Ushaji, for dedicating so much of their time and energy to be able to bring Shrikar to his guru and to be able to support him all through. And today they are reaping the fruits of all that as Shrikar plays in the entrance. Not only them, everyone else here. Shrikar, thank you. I wish you all the best. And I want you to go higher and higher in the field of music. And all the best. Shubhamastu, Sakala Ishtartha Siddhirastu. He's such a junior artist, is our Aparna. Yes. Subhadra Aparna, I get it. Aparna is such a young artist, but she is the one who is assisting Shrikar in his playing. So she is a very special artist, but she has maintained to play only as much as is needed. She can do much more, but she has been so good, and I really enjoyed her playing. Aparna, thank you so much. Artist, I'm so happy to learn that she is learning North Indian music, Uttarali Sangeet also, under none other than Raja. She is one of the very special artists in the field of violin who went and settled in Banaras. Correct. And yes, very, very special, belonging to very unique family. And perhaps the finest violinist in North Indian classical music. Of course, we have heard M.S. Gopal Krishnan also. So, thank you, Kanyakumari ji. We know because she was here. Of course, you have learned from your father. That can never be, but that's very special. You had that initial training, and then Kanyakumari, and then all the best. Brothers from Bangalore, Prakash and Prakash. And Prakash, actually Mridangam Prakash. Today they have made him Tavil Prakash. As I mentioned, once you have reached a very special place, expertise in one field, to transfer that to another field is not a complicated thing. He has shown, clearly shown, how beautifully he has accompanied all that time, helping him in every step. Shrikar should be grateful to these wonderful artists. Because they are very special. Because they are all professionals. Shrikar is entering into that field where there are the experts. Of course, the Guru and these two, Prakash and Pratap, one on Savil, one on Ghatam, whom we have seen on so many occasions. We are all lucky to have such beautiful, wonderful, very supporting, compassionate artists to support young artists in this part of the world. That's given a big I remember a story which our Mathurji used to mention. Long time ago, I gathered it in Mysore Palace. When there was a concert, lots and lots of people were invited, they all had come. When the concert was going on, everybody was moving their head as if they were all enjoying. And Maharaja was so very pleased. And then his mantri was there. He said, not that everybody is enjoying. How do you say that? But everybody is showing, that joy on their face, this and that. No, Maharaja, no, I'll show you who is really enjoying. You just announce it. Anybody who is going to move their head in appreciation of the music, their head will be cut off. And there was only one boy who, in spite of, I don't care. The music was so good, he was just doing that. Today, had there been such arrangement, everybody here would have been cut. So, thank you. Namaste.
One more minute, sir. If I could have 1 more minute of your time on the stage. Now I would like to invite Srimati Usha and Sri Sudhir onto the stage to felicitate Sri Nandakumara sir. Coming up next is Sri Kantimatim, a splendid kriti by the great composer Muthuswami Dikshitar, set in the majestic ragam Hemavati. This ragam is known for its deep, rich and intense emotional quality, yet it is rarely explored outside Dikshitar's masterful works. Today, Sri Kantimatim and other Dikshitar kritis in Hemavati are performed both to honor tradition and to explore the depths of rarely heard ragams.
Mike. I think I'll just use this.
Thank you.
That was a splendid execution of Shrikant Timothy by Shrikar and team. The raga unfolded with both structure and spontaneity, bringing the grandeur and depth of Hemavati with such poise and clarity. Can I get another round of applause, please? We will now take a short 15-minute break. Please feel free to grab a snack on your way out and take a moment to relax. Do make sure you return promptly as we look forward to welcoming you back for the second half of this Arangetram, where Shrikar will be playing flute, an experience that promises to be just as enriching and memorable as the first. Thank you.
That combines lyrical beauty with melodic richness. The timeless Alaipayude Kanna, composed by Uttukkadu Venkatakavi in the Ragam Kannada, set to Aditalam. The song gently appeals to Lord Krishna to cradle the devotee as a mother soothes her child, expressing deep devotion and longing.
Krishna Ni Begane Baro, a Kannada composition attributed to the saint poet Vyasatirtha, a revered figure in the Haridasa tradition of Karnataka. Set in the serene and lilting raga Yaman Kalyani and the gentle Mishra Chabadalam, it's a tender plea filled with devotion and deep affection for the Lord. Let's now immerse ourselves in the gentle and soothing sound of flute. ಮಧುರವಾಗಿ ಕೊಡಲಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಯಾಕ್ತಾನೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. That was a soulful rendition of both the songs. We also had the pleasure of having Sri R.R. Pratap on Mridangam. Special mention to Srimati Shantala Subramaniam on her guidance for these two songs. Yeah, thank you. I would like to invite Dr. Soundarya Srivatsa onto the stage to say a few words about Sri.
Very good evening. Namaskara to one and all. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. I first of all would like to say that I second every word whatever Nanda sir has spoken. I actually don't have much to say, but still I feel it's my duty, and being the friend of Raghuram for so many years, I need to just share a few thoughts about mine, about today's performance. A hearty congratulations to the Guru and the Shishya. I have known Raghuram from my childhood. We both were schoolmates. We studied in the same school in Bangalore, and after our 7th standard, I think we went to different schools, and I knew that he was learning violin, and I was learning dance, and our parents, my mother and his father, were our friends outside the school and talking and interacting about our learning process in our art forms. And it's been I think 35 to 40 years back, and now I see Raghuram in this position, a wonderful guru by himself, and a wonderful artist. He has carved a niche, and today to see him grow and have such a beautiful place in this country is really amazing. Hats off to you, Raghuram, and you are not just a wonderful artist, you have proved today to be a very innovative guru also. I think he has taken up this as a great challenge. Being a maestro in violin and training a student in saxophone is really a great job, Raghuram. It's amazing to see you grow like this. May you have many more wonderful students like Shrikar. And what really amazed me was when he told me that he's going to play saxophone and not violin. And I asked him, Nannana yak karita idya Raghuram, I don't think I fit in this place. But this has been a real different and a new experience for me as an artist. And it's one thing I would always like to say. I keep telling this when I'm invited as a guest in Bangalore also for dance Rangapraveshams. It is not just that the student is very blessed or he has a very good guru. It is vice versa. A guru also should have a good teacher, and a teacher should have a good student, and they have proved it today. Shrikar, you're really, really lucky to have a guru like Raghuram and such wonderful parents. I think they have stood by you, and it's not easy to pursue an art form in this country. In Bengaluru, tumba kashta. Nowadays, since kids are getting so much into academics, parents keep telling me it's very difficult to get them to class, for them to do their homework or to do all their school work or college work. But in this country where you have to drive for hours together and get them to classes, and when I see the dedication and the interest which this little boy has shown, He's almost my son's age. So I feel very nice, and I kept remembering my son. And Shrikar, God bless you. Please pursue your passion in your music field. And I know you will be getting into your different academic line, but I think you should pursue this. God has blessed you with this wonderful art form. And Raghuram, I got to know that this is his 19th Ranga Pravesha. I think he needs a big round of applause. May you come up with more innovative Ranga Praveshans like this. Technically, I don't know how much I can really speak and say about this. This was a very, very ಒಂದು ಸಾತ್ವಿಕವಾದ ಒಂದು performance ಇದು. To be honest, I really didn't feel that it was like a Ranga Pravesham. It seemed like this boy has been trained over many, many years and he has come to this level. So this shows the entire hard work of the Guru and the Shishya. So they need a big round of applause. And I'm very fortunate to be a part of this event. And Aparna, she has wonderful parents, such talented parents. I think the music runs in their genes. God bless you. And it's so nice to know that you've been learning from such wonderful artists from India. Please pursue your art form and may you grow more. May God bless you both in all the ways to continue this art form. And what can I say about these wonderful percussionists? They are actually legends and stalwarts. But being so humble and so with so much, they are such down-to-earth people, and they have given a wonderful support to this little boy, and they have just uplifted this entire performance. Thank you for that wonderful, vibrant Taniya Avartanam. And I thank Raghuram and Shrikar's parents for having given me this wonderful opportunity to be here this evening and enjoy this wonderful journey, musical journey with all these wonderful artists. Namaskar.
Friends, Saundari will be teaching in our summer school. She has come here to be part of our summer school teaching faculty. She will be teaching Bharatanatyam. Balu Raghuraman will be teaching violin. Venkatacharyalu has come from Hyderabad, will be teaching Carnatic vocal. And our Balachandra will be doing Mridangam. There are many other teachers who are from India. The details are available outside, just for your information. Those of you who would like to join the classes from tomorrow, either on violin, Mridangam, or Bharatanatyam, Carnatic vocal, you are most welcome.
I would like to invite Shrikar's parents to felicitate Dr. Saundarya Srivastava.
Bhoshambhu is a revered Carnatic composition in praise of Lord Shiva, composed by Swami Dayananda Saraswati in Revati Ragam, set to Aditalam. The song is a powerful invocation that highlights Shiva's qualities. Its rhythmic syllables mimic Shiva's cosmic dance, adding dynamism to its spiritual narrative. and refined performance. Every note resonated with grace. Can I get another round of applause? Now, I turn it over to the man of the event, Shrikar, to say a few words.
This suddenly got nerve-wracking. Unlike music, I kind of need some notes to speak. To speak freely, okay. So this is my thank you speech. Namaste, namaskara, namaskaram, vanakkam everyone. I hope I covered all languages. Someone shout out if I didn't cover a language. Which one? No? Okay. I'll take that then. Let me start my thank you speech firstly with my namaskarams to Sharada Mata and the Jagat Gurus of Sringeri. Thank you all so much for being here today. It really, really means a lot for me to share this moment with you. Preparing for this Arangetram has been such a rewarding journey, and I feel incredibly lucky to have reached this point. But I obviously didn't get here alone, and there are so many people that I'd like to thank from the bottom of my heart. First and foremost, my guru, Vidwan Sri Balu Raghuram. Learning under Sir has been nothing short of a transformative experience. Before I started with him, I was figuring out things online with a teacher in India. I learned some basic fingerings and compositions, but it never had the Carnatic flavor. I could never do gamakas. Funny enough, this journey started back in 2018 when my family attended someone's Arangetram. My dad was blown away by the violin and ended up becoming Sir's student himself. A few years later, he started showing Sir recordings of my play. Shantana also accompanied back in 2024, and we've performed many times together before, and I always know she's got my back. Not only is she an excellent violinist, as you heard, she's also a reliable and encouraging presence on stage. So thanks, Aparna. Playing with this team was absolutely incredible, so I hope I do this again in the future. Getting to the end door. To my Chikama and Chikapa, thank you for doing such a fantastic job on the comparing today. Chikama, your support has meant a lot, especially the way you've taught me to approach music with a growth mindset. You've always helped me see it not as just a performance, but as a continuous journey of learning and self-expression. And you always encourage me while listening to every recording I send you. So thanks a lot for that. I'd also like to thank my mama, who's currently watching this program via live stream from across the Atlantic, for helping me understand the deeper meanings behind these incredibly philosophical compositions we presented today, and also encouraging me to be a good musician. So thanks a lot, Mama. I hope you're hearing this. A heartfelt thank you to Tata, who's here in the audience today. Your blessings and quiet encouragement mean a lot to me. And to my mama or Nanamma watching this live stream from India, thank you for your love and blessings from afar. A sincere thank you to Sri Uday Kumar from Tirupati for introducing me to Carnatic music on the saxophone, and to Sri Keshav Das from Hyderabad for teaching flute to my sister and I during the lockdown. Their early guidance laid the foundation for everything that followed. A special thanks to Shantala Subramaniam for teaching me advanced techniques on the flute, and also for guiding me for today's flute pieces, Alai Bhaivya and Krishna Nivekane Power. So a huge thank you to them. Thanks to all the family friends who are in the audience, who helped with the logistics of today's event. And yeah, they help with every single other event. I think people close, people who know, whatever. So basically just thank you. Thank you for helping with all these events and also encouraging me. Last but not least, the audience. Thank you for being here today and supporting me. This evening has been truly incredible to all of you. Thank you all so much for listening to me. I hope it was nice.
Just a minute, I would personally like to thank Sudhir and Ushaji for hosting such a nice program today and giving us Shrikar with such a talented artist and musicality in him. He has really worked hard to get here, and he's a very, very passionate musician, I should say. He has so much of interest in learning. His curiosity, his doubts never end. And for both of us, it has been a journey getting here. Neither do I play saxophone, nor does he play advanced level of saxophone. He just knew to handle the instrument, and we literally experimented through the music and how to produce good melodic aspects of Carnatic music, and it goes there. I very sincerely, Subhadra and myself, Aparna, all of us would like to thank Sudhir and Ushaji for having this show here today and working towards it very, very sincerely. Such a culturally oriented family, I should say. It has been a pleasure working them from day one to where it is today. I really pity Sudhir and his family on one thing. They have never walked into this hall without buying a ticket since the days I have known them. Every concert they have come here, and today they had to hire this hall to walk in free and say it is their program. And I really thank them for the support to my music, our music, Carnatic music, to the Bhavan, and all the concerts that we host here. Never there is a concert where they have not attended here. And I would like to congratulate Shrikar with much more learning, much more experiments on the way, different styles of music, different styles of compositions, composers, and I'm sure he will not leave music at this point and continue further. And I wish him all success in all his endeavors. A small token of appreciation to Shrikar. a small memento that says Kalanubhavam is the school that we run and teach music, which Subhadra runs. Kalanubhavam UK awards this certificate of excellence to Vidwan Shrikar Nukaraju on successfully displaying his profound width and skill on saxophone and flute. Completing his Arangetram on the 19th July 2025 under the guidance of myself.
The next piece is a lively Tillana in Rageshri, a raga that originated in the Hindustani tradition and is cherished in Carnatic music for its romantic grace and meditative charm. Composed by one of the greatest violinists of the 20th century, Sri Lalgudi Jayaraman. Take it away, Shrikar.
That was a beautiful rendition of Rageshri. Can I get another round of applause? For the next and final piece, we have Thirupugal, Arangetram's timeless verses, blending the power of Tamil Bhakti poetry with the melodic richness of Carnatic ragas. Take it away.
Shikha's Arangetram, Prakash Astalik on the stage. We all tried different things and experimented with different things, but one person who cannot take a chance getting the first time on anything is our dear Shankar. Doing the song for the first time for a saxophone here in the Bhavan stage. It has been so smooth, yes, small problems, hiccups here and there, but he has managed it so well. I am ever grateful to him for the service he does to the Bhavan and to us musicians here. He makes it sounding so beautiful, so experienced and so beautiful. Thank you, sir.
Now we would like to felicitate our esteemed artists. I would like to invite Srimati Usha and Sri Sudhir onto the stage. We would like to felicitate Guru Balu Raghuraman. May I invite Srimati Subhadra Raghuraman onto the stage. Srimati Subhadra Raghuraman has been a great mentor in Srikar's musical journey, and we are very thankful for her.
Vidushi Aparna Raghuraman for her excellent support leading up to the Arangetram and accompanying Srikar in the past events. Vidwan R.N. Prakash for accompanying and providing valuable inputs during rehearsals and accompanying Srikar on his first stage concert in Slough last year. Vidwan R.R. Pratap for being a huge support and encouraging Srikar in his Arangetram journey.
We would also like to have Sri Shivashankar ji onto the stage. As the beautiful echoes of Srikar's Arangetram begin to settle, my heart, and I am sure everyone's heart here, are brimming with immense joy and pride. This evening would not have been possible without the meticulous planning and tireless efforts behind the scenes. Our sincere thanks to the Bhavan, London, for providing this wonderful space. To the sound and light technician Shivashankar for ensuring everything ran seamlessly. To the photographer and videographer, Bobby, for capturing these precious moments that we will cherish forever. To the food caterer, Madhuram Veg Foods. And to all the friends and family members that quietly work behind the scenes. Your dedication ensured smooth flow of tonight's event, and we are incredibly grateful for that. And finally, to you all, our cherished audience who are present here and online, your presence and energy meant a lot to us. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hello. All of us would like to take this opportunity and thank Vidya and Srinivas for being with us here today. They have traveled in from the US with Charvi Kuti and they have had a wonderful time the last week or 10 days. We thank them for hosting the show today and leading the show to where we are. On a personal note, I am very thankful to the many musicians who attended the concert here today. Dear Vamshi, Nagaraju sir. My special thanks to Dr. Soundarya for accepting our invitation and being the guest of honor today. Our respectful namaskarams and very sincere gratitude to the legendary Mridanga Vidwan Shri Kadepudi Krishnamurthy sir. Any concert I call him, he is always here, and it's always a treat to have such a learned man amidst us, and he shares his joy and happiness every time he comes to any of my performances. It's always a pleasure to have him here. Yes, we have delayed him, delayed all of you, but thank you for being here today, and once again a big thanks to all of you. Good night and have a safe journey.
One last thing before everyone leaves. Please be sure to grab food packet that's being made available at the cafeteria. Hope you all enjoy. Thanks for coming in tonight.
நான் கையிடம் போடும்